Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please direct your attention to the beach for the national anthem and the start. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting shortly for the 8 a.m. start of the men's varsity 8 Heat 1, with the top two moving on to the next race. In lane 1, we will have Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Capital. Lane 3, Sarah. Lane 4, Long Beach. Lane 5, North Bay.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2016 Southwest Junior Rowing Championships. We do have a start. The very first heat of the day will be the men's varsity 8 with 5 crews on the water. Oakland Strokes in lane 1, Capital Crew in lane 2, Junipero Serra High School in lane 3, Long Beach Junior Crew in lane 4, and North Bay in lane 5. Crews are past the breakage point, approaching 250 meters in. Right now, our early leaders in this race will come out of lane 1, Oakland Strokes, followed closely by Sarah High School in lane 3. We'll be back with the race call at 500 meters. And just shy of 500 meters, it is Oakland already with a full boat length lead over Sarah High School. Sarah High School bow to stern behind Oakland, but Sarah with 6 seats over Capital Crew. Both these top 3 boats with a little bit of open water over the remaining 2. In the 4th place position, we'll move over to lane 5. That's North Bay. North Bay leading Long Beach by 4 seats. And it is already open water for Oakland. As we approach 750 meters, 2 seats of open water for lane 1, Oakland Strokes, over Sarah High School. Sarah still in second, now bow to stern over Capital. Capital with half a boat length of open water over North Bay. North Bay, a relatively young crew, but with some great coaching from the bucolic town of Petaluma. North Bay doing a great job, just not able to match the speed of the top 3 boats. They have a bow to stern advantage over our 5th place crew from Long Beach. Really nice rhythm here demonstrated by Oakland. At 1,000 meters to go, it will be their bow first across that line. They have 3/4 of a boat length of open water over Sarah, and now a little bit of open water for Sarah over Capital. With 3 heats on the water, that means the top 2 boats will progress to the final. And right now, it looks like Oakland and Sarah locking in those 1st and 2nd place positions. Capital in 3rd with about a length and a half of open water over North Bay, and North Bay still sitting bow to stern over Long Beach. About 600 meters to go here. It is Oakland along the shoreline with a very comfortable lead, 1 boat length of open water over Sarah, and Sarah with about that same distance between themselves and Capital. Continuing in that 4th place position, it will be North Bay, bow to stern with a bit of open water now over Long Beach Junior Crew. Coming into the spectator area, we will turn it over to the finish line for the remainder of Heat 1 of the men's Varsity 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the finish of the men's Varsity 8, Heat 1, with the top 2 votes advancing to the next race. In Lane 1, Oakland Strokes has a comfortable lead coming into the finish line right now, with Lane 3, Sarah, a boat length of open water behind. Top 2 boats move on to the final.
On the water test. 1, 2, 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, Heat 2 of the men's Varsity 8 is lining up for a start. In Lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Los Gatos. Lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 4, Pacific. Lane 5, Casitas Rowing. And Lane 6, Oakland Tech. Top 2 boats move on to the final.
And we have had a start to Heat 2 of the men's varsity 8, currently underway and approaching 500 meters. Boats are still pretty tightly packed at this point, very early on. But it looks like our two leaders are going to come out of lane 1 and 3, Marin Rowing Association, followed by Marina Aquatic Center. Again, lots of overlap with the boats, and we'll come back at the 500 with the race call. And indeed, we have 3 to 4 boats at 500 meters that are quite close to each other. Marin, our leader, by 3 seats over Los Gatos. Los Gatos rowing out of lane 2. They have a 2-seat advantage over Marina Aquatic Center, and then Marina sitting 6 to 7 seats over Pacific. Now there's a bit of open water between Pacific in that 4th place spot over our 5th place crew from Casitas Rowing. Casitas is sitting bow to stern over a relatively new program out of Oakland Tech. Oakland Tech, a public high school in the Oakland area, so good to see them out here and racing a men's varsity 8. But back to the leaders, Marin continuing with the lead, extending just a little bit more out over Los Gatos. Los Gatos sitting now 5 to 6 seats over Marina. And coming up to the halfway point, it is Marin continuing with the lead with Los Gatos right there off of their stern. And Los Gatos sitting bow to stern now over Marina Aquatic Center. About 1 seat of open water for Marina over our 4th place crew from Pacific. Casitas continuing in 5th, Oakland Tech in 6th. And now the coxswain of the Marin boat sitting on the bow ball of Los Gatos. And Los Gatos pulling just a little farther away from Marina for a seat of open water. Pacific still in 4th, and then quite a bit of distance between Pacific and Casitas for that 5th place spot. Oakland Tech continuing in 6th. Again, this is Heat 2 of 3 for the men's varsity 8. Top 2 boats to advance to the grand final. And boats coming into the spectator area here, just shy of 500 meters to go. It is Marin looking for a bit of open water over Los Gatos. We'll see if they can get that as we come into the final strokes. But it is Marin for the win here in Heat 2, followed by Los Gatos with Marina in 3rd, Pacific chasing, and then to round out this heat, Casitas Rowing in 5th, Oakland Tech in 6th.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the finish of the men's varsity 8 heat 2 with the top two boats moving on to the final. In lane 1, Marin is taking a lead over Los Gatos with some overlap in the bows, but they're taking first with Los Gatos second, both qualifying for the grand final. They're closely followed by Marina and Pacific dueling it out for that third place spot. Looks like Marina's going to take it over Pacific.
And we do have a start in Heat 3 of the men's varsity 8. In lane 1, Newport. Lane 2, San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 3, St. Ignatius. Lane 4, River City. Lane 5, Cathedral Catholic High School. And lane 6, Utah Crew. And all crews approaching 500 meters. Right now, our first place crew will come out of lane 1. That is Newport Aquatic Center. They are sitting with about a stern advantage over San Diego Rowing Club, and then pretty tight to San Diego will be St. Ignatius and River City. Now back to River City by 1 length. It will be Utah Crew. Great to see them out here rowing a varsity 8. They have a bit of open water over lane 5, Cathedral Catholic High School. So Cathedral Catholic in 6th. Despite the raindrops out here, the water is just as glassy as we expect from Lake Natoma. Beautiful water, so not much to contend with in terms of the conditions. Newport doing a great job with really quick blade work as we come in to the 1,000-meter point. They've got a bow to stern advantage over San Diego, and San Diego sitting with 5 to 6 seats over third place St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius bow to stern over River City. Utah Crew continuing in 5th, Bit of open water for them over Cathedral Catholic in 6th. All crews now approaching 1,000 meters to go. And our top 4 boats now past 1,000 meters. Newport looking for a bit of open water here over San Diego, and San Diego still sitting with 5 seats over St. Ignatius. Very tenacious racing here by St. Ignatius. I did not mean that for that to rhyme, but it just did. St. Ignatius looking to see if they can sneak into that 2nd place position and possibly qualify for the grand finals. They have a bit of open water over River City in 4th. And then back by a considerable amount of open water, it will be our relatively young crews from Utah, followed by Cathedral Catholic. But keep your eye on lane 2 and 3. San Diego trying to hold off a big charge here by St. Ignatius. Coming into the final stretches here of Heat 1 of the men's varsity 8. Newport looking to clear their stern of San Diego's bow. San Diego still sitting 5 seats over St. Ignatius. And St. Ignatius now half a boat length of open water over River City. River City sitting in 4th. To finish it off, it will be Utah in 5th, Cathedral Catholic in 6th. Coming into the spectator area, it is Newport along the shoreline, followed by San Diego for those top 2 spots to go to the Grands.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the finish of the men's varsity 8 Heat 3 in lane 1, Newport is taking the win here, coming into the finish line, followed with about 4 seats of open water over San Diego out of lane 2 for that 2nd qualifying position for the final. St. Ignatius taking the 3rd place spot with River City 4th.
And ladies and gentlemen, Heat 1 of the women's varsity 8, currently underway and approaching 750 meters. We have Marin in lane 1, River City in lane 2, Long Beach Junior Crew lane 3, North Bay lane 4, and NorCal Crew in lane 5. And right now our leader will come out of lane 1. That is Marin Rowing Association, sitting with 1 length over River City. River City, about that same distance, maybe a little bit of open water over Long Beach. And Long Beach and North Bay right next to each other. Back by about 2 lengths of open water, it will be NorCal in that 5th place position. But back to the leaders here, it will be Marin. Bit of open water for them now over River City. Same as in the men's varsity 8 heats, top 2 boats will advance to the grand finals. And right now it looks like Marin and River City doing a nice job separating themselves from the rest of the field. Really great battle here going on though between Long Beach and North Bay for that 3rd or 4th place position. Advantage will go to Long Beach. Just shy of 1,000 meters to go. NorCal continuing in that 5th place position, just not matching the speed of the top 4 boats. Very aggressive rowing here from Marin at 1,000 meters to go. 2 seats of open water for them over River City, and River City at a slightly higher stroke rate. They now have 1 length of open water over Long Beach, and Long Beach bow to stern over North Bay. Less than 750 meters to go. It will be Marin in lane 1 along the shoreline, leading from start to finish here. They have a half boat length over River City, half a boat length of open water over River City, and then back to River City by about 2 lengths of open water. It will be Long Beach. Long Beach having pulled clear now with a bit of open water for them over North Bay. Back by about 3 lengths of open water. NorCal continues in 5th. But we'll bring it into the spectator area with Marin and River City unofficially qualifying for the grand finals.
We are watching the finish of the Women's Varsity 8 Heat 1 with Marin in Lane 1 with open water over Lane 2 River City, both qualifying for the final. They're about 2.5, 3 boat lengths of water back from Long Beach in Lane 3 and North Bay in 4th. We will be starting shortly at 8:32, the start of the Women's Varsity 8 Heat 2, with the top 2 boats moving on to the grand final. In Lane 1, Marine Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Capital. Lane 3, St. Ignatius. Lane 4, Pacific. And Lane 5, Casitas. Top 2 boats move on to the grand final.
Heat 2 of the Women's Varsity 8 currently underway and approaching 250 meters. We've got 5 boats on the course. Top 2 boats to advance to the grand finals. Marina Aquatic Center off with a very quick start right out of the gates. They are our leaders, followed by Capital Crew. Capital with a slight lead over St. Ignatius, and St. Ignatius very tight to Pacific in lane 4. Now back by a bit of open water will be Casitas in that 5th place spot. We'll pick up the race call in about 100, 200 meters. A little bit of a change up here. Marina is still in the lead. They have about a stern advantage over Capital Crew, and Capital looking at a challenge from Pacific out of lane 4. So Pacific now in that 3rd place position. They are sitting 2 seats over St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius and Pacific row on the same body of water at Lake Merced, so you know that they're going to go after each other here. See who can be queen of Lake Merced. Now back by about 2 to 3 lengths of open water, it will be our 5th place spot going to Casitas Rowing Association. And at 750 meters, it will be Marina now about astern over Capital, and Capital sitting with 7 seats over Pacific. Pacific's pulled up another seat over St. Ignatius. They now have 3.5 to 4 seats over St. Ignatius. Now the coxswain must have made a pretty exciting call there in the marina boat, because she's looking over her shoulder at Capital Crew and looking for that open water at 1,000 meters. And there they go, just a bit of open water for Marina with 1,000 meters to go. They will be followed by Capital, and with Pacific in third right off of their stern. So Capital in that second place spot, but they've got to keep their eye on Pacific, because Pacific is not letting go. They're still trying to stay in contact, see if they can maybe take a couple of seats away from Capital. But that Capital Crew, this is their home course. They're certainly not going to let that happen as the top two boats advance to the Grands. So Pacific City in third, they still have about 2 seats now over St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius in fourth. Casitas continuing in fifth. 750 meters to go here for Marina, followed by Capital Crew. Last 500 meters here, it is Marina Aquatic Center along the shoreline in that first place position, still with just a slight bit of open water over Capital. But Capital's got to be careful here, because Pacific and St. Ignatius are really going after each other and actually taking a little bit of that lead away that Capital has. So we'll keep an eye on lanes 3 and 4 for these final strokes of Heat 2 of the Women's Varsity 8.
We are watching the finish of the Women's Varsity 8, Heat 2, with Marina taking the win in Lane 1, followed by Capital about astern with them in Lane 2, both qualifying for the Grand Final. We had a photo finish between lanes 3 and 4, St. Ignatius and Pacific Rowing.
And racing has already passed 500 meters here in Heat 3 of the Women's Varsity 8. In Lane 1, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Los Gatos. Lane 4, Berkeley High School. Lane 5, Zlack Rowing Club. And Lane 6, Oakland Tech. And just past 750 meters in, really good race here going on between lanes 1 and 2, Newport and Oakland. Very slight advantage is going to go to Oakland Strokes here, just by about a half a deck. So Oakland Strokes and Newport already have one boat length over Los Gatos and Berkeley High School. So Berkeley High School actually in that third place position. They have 6 seats over Los Gatos in 4th. And then back to them by a few lengths of open water, it will be Zlack Rowing Club, and Zlack with a good amount of open water between themselves and our 6th place crew from Oakland Tech. So great racing here for those top 2 spots between Oakland Strokes and Newport. The Women's Varsity 8, always a very, very exciting race when we get to the grand finals, because we have so many fast crews here in the Southwest region, and these top 4 boats rounding out the field, Berkeley High School and Los Gatos, right next to each other, just past meters to go. Oakland continuing with the lead, followed by Newport. Oakland maybe with 1 seat over Newport. And Oakland pushing themselves a little bit farther away from Newport. Oakland now with about a 4-seat lead over Newport, and then Newport sitting with a bit of open water between themselves and Berkeley High School. Berkeley High School just barely holding off Los Gatos. So bow ball to bow ball for Berkeley and Los Gatos. They are stroke for stroke as we come in to the final 600 meters here of the last heat of the Women's Varsity 8. It's going to come down to the wire here for these top 2 boats. Again, both Newport and Oakland have a fairly comfortable positioning for those top 2 qualifying spots, but if this is any predictor of what that grand final is going to be, it is going to be a barn burner. Final 500 meters here, Oakland still with a slight advantage over Newport. Back to them by a half a length of open water. It is now Los Gatos in that 3rd place position, sitting with about 4 seats over Berkeley High School in 4th. Zlack Rowing Club continuing in 5th, followed by Oakland Tech. Coming into the spectator area, it will be Oakland and Newport unofficially for the top 2 qualifying spots.
We are watching the finish of the Women's Varsity 8 Heat 3 with Oakland Strokes taking the win over there, and Newport in Lane 1 taking 2nd place, both qualifying for the grand final. closely followed by Los Gatos in lane 3 and Berkeley in lane 4.
And welcome back. The first of our sculling events of the morning. This will be the Women's Novice Quad. It is a coxed event, and because it is a novice sculling boat, we do have a coxswain sitting in the bow of these boats, steering for these people, and this is a very, very competitive event in the Southwest region. We have 7 lanes currently racing and approaching 250 meters in. In lane 1, Row LA. In lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Long Beach Junior Crew. Lane 4, North Bay. Lane 5, Casitas. Lane 6, Upper Natoma Rowing Club. And Lane 7, Zlack. And boats approaching 500 meters in. It will be Row LA out of lane 1 with a lead right now over Marina Aquatic Center and Long Beach. Those two crews right next to each other. Too close to call from my vantage point to see who is in the lead, but I am going to give an advantage to Marina over Long Beach. So top 3 boats here, back to them by open water. It will be North Bay in that 4th place position. They have a bow to stern advantage over Casitas, and then Casitas sitting with just a couple of seats over Zlack Rowing Club out of lane 7. Back to them by a bit of open water. It will be our 7th place crew, Upper Natoma. All right, great racing here by lane 1, Row LA. Relatively new program. They have a bit of open water right now over Marina Aquatic Center, and Marina at 750 meters has pulled themselves bow to stern over Long Beach Junior Crew. Long Beach Junior Crew in that third place spot. They have about 2 lengths of open water over North Bay, and North Bay sitting with just a couple of seats over Casitas. Casitas in 5th. And Black Rowing Club continuing in 6th. Back to them by a bit of open water will be Upper Natoma for that 7th place position. Only top 2 boats will advance to the grand finals. This is a very heavily subscribed event, and I believe came out of time trials from yesterday. I'll have to double check that, but crews already racing to see who can just get into the heats for today. All boats coming up to 1,000 meters to go. It will be Row LA with the lead. They now have open water over Marina, and Marina now with a bit of open water over Long. All right, and all boats just past 1,000 meters. Row LA continuing with that lead, pushing themselves just a little bit farther away from Marina Aquatic Center. Marina now with 1 full boat length of open water over Long Beach, and then back to Long Beach by about 2 lengths of open water is a really nice race developing between Casitas and North Bay. Casitas now overtaking North Bay for that 4th place position, but just by about 1 seat. So we'll keep our eye on lane 5 and 4 for that 4th or 5th place spot. Flat continuing in 6th, Upper Natoma in 7th. All boats at 750 meters to go. And final 500 meters here. Not much has changed. Row LA continuing with the lead. They are followed by Marina Aquatic Center. Those top 2 boats unofficially qualifying for the grand finals. They are followed by Long Beach in 3rd. And Casitas overtaking North Bay for that 4th place spot. North Bay in 5th. They're followed by Black Rowing Club in 6th. And then Upper Natoma for the 7th place spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the finish of the women's novice 4 quads. Heat 1, with the top 2 moving on to the grand final. Roa LA taking first place in lane 1, followed by Marina Aquatic Center in lane 2, both qualifying for the grand final.
And we are back at racing here in Heat 2 of the women's novice quad. Top 2 boats to advance to the grand finals. All boats now approaching 750 meters in. In lane 1, Seabase Rowing. Lane 2, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Xavier Prep. Lane 4, San Diego. Lane 5, Cathedral Catholic. Lane 6, Palo Alto. And lane 7, Oakland Strokes B. So Oakland Strokes with 2 boats entered in this event. This is their B boat that's racing in Heat 2. So right now we've got our leader coming out of lane 2. That will be Newport Aquatic Center. Newport has a bow to stern advantage right now over Seabase Rowing. And then way out in lane 7, it will be Oakland Strokes and their B boat sitting just a little bit behind Newport. So Oakland, and very difficult for the coxswain because the coxswain's sitting in the bow of the boat, and she's got to be pretty savvy to, if she's in the lead, turn around and see what crew is advancing. So we've got to keep our eye on lane 7, Oakland Strokes B. Now Oakland Strokes in that 3rd place spot, they have a bow to stern advantage over San Diego, and San Diego with a bit of open water over our 5th place crew, and that will be Cathedral Catholic, sorry, that would be Palo Alto. So 7 boats out here on the course. Boats are spread out, so I'll try and get my race call very, very clear for you. So Palo Alto in that 5th place position. They are sitting with a bow to stern advantage over Xavier Prep. Xavier Prep in 6th with a bit of open water over Cathedral Catholic High School. So Cathedral Catholic in 7th. But back to our leaders, well past 1,000 meters to go. It will be Newport Aquatic Center, still sitting bow to stern over Seabase Rowing. And Seabase with about 2 lengths of open water over both Oakland Strokes and San Diego. So San Diego looking to pull even with Oakland Strokes. And they have done that. So those two crews right next to each other. San Diego now with the advantage for that 3rd place position. With a little less than 750 meters to go, Newport continues with the lead, now with a bit of open water over Seabase. Seabase rowing at a little bit of a different area of Newport, but definitely they are competitors on the same body of water. So really nice job here from both of these Newport crews. Seabase in that 2nd and unofficially qualifying position. They have about 2 lengths of open water over San Diego. San Diego in 3rd, now sitting bow to stern over Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes had a really hot start and it faded just a little bit, now sitting in that 4th place position. In 5th, it will be Palo Alto. Palo Alto sitting with open water over Xavier Prep in 6th. And then Cathedral Catholic in 7th.
We are watching the finish of the women's novice quad, Heat 2. In Lane 2, Newport has a lead over Lane 1, Seabase, both qualifying for the grand final. There's about 2-seat difference between the two of those boats. And in 3rd place in Lane 4, San Diego.
And we'll pick the Heat 3 of the women's novice quad. We'll pick this one up approaching 1,000 meters in. Right now in lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Lane 3, Capital. Lane 4, River City. Lane 5, Humboldt Bay. And lane 6, Tempe Junior Crew. And right now we're looking at our leader coming into 1,000 meters to go, really with a walk-away lead. This is Redwood Scullers, formerly known as Stanford Rowing Center, formerly known as Peninsula Junior Crew. But right now they are Redwood Scullers, and they already have about 2 boat lengths of open water over Oakland Strokes A in lane 1. Now back to Oakland Strokes by 2 seats of open water will be Capital Crew in the 3rd place position. They have 2 lengths of open water over River City in lane 4. In the 5th place position, we'll move over to lane 6. That's Tempe Junior Crew with just a slight lead over Humboldt Bay in lane 5. But good amount of separation with that top crew over the remaining field as the rain starts to come down here on Lake Tatoma. Nothing super significant. I think I might have just jinxed myself by saying that. But right now, it's really not rippling the water. Just a little bit of raindrops, and it definitely won't slow down the racing today. So Redwood Scullers walking away with that lead, followed by Oakland Strokes, and Oakland Strokes now with 1 full boat length of open water over Capital. Capital in 3rd. .750 meters to go. Redwood Scullers continuing with the lead. They are followed by Oakland Strokes taking a big push here. Stroke rating coming up. They are followed by Capital, and then back to them by a bit of open water. River City in 4th. Tempe Juniors in 5th, now sitting with 3 seats over Humboldt Bay Rowing Association. And final 500 meters for Redwood Scullers. They are rowing out of lane 2, pretty much all by themselves there, about 3 boat lengths of open water between themselves and Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes along the shoreline. They will unofficially be the top 2 boats that moves on to the Grand. They are followed by Capital in 3rd, River City in 4th, Tempe Junior Crew in 5th, and Humboldt Bay in 6th.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the finish of the women's novice quad, Heat 3, with the top 2 boats moving on to the final. Redwood Scullers took a commanding lead there with about 4 boat lengths of open water over 2nd place, Oakland Strokes, rowing out of lane 1. Looks like those will be the top 2 crews that move on to the grand final.
And ladies and gentlemen, back to the 8s. This is heat 1 of 2 for the men's JV 8. In lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Sarah High School. Lane 3, Capital Crew. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, Pacific. And lane 6, River City. And all boats now just at 750 meters, and our leader with a clear open water lead is Oakland Strokes out of lane 1. Very quick start for these guys. They had jumped out to a very early lead, and they already have about a boat length of open water over the rest of the field. So super fast rowing here by Oakland Strokes, definitely making a statement. Now back in that second place position, it's going to be pretty tight between Sarah High School and Capital. Sarah High School with a slight advantage, maybe 3 seats over Capital. So Capital in third, they are sitting bow to stern over Los Gatos, and then Los Gatos bow to stern over Pacific. Pacific by about a seat of open water in that 6th place spot. It will be River City. So great racing here in Heat 1 of the men's JV 8, but it will be Oakland just really impressing here with 1,000 meters to go, already with 2 boat lengths of open water. Lots of boat run coming out of that Oakland boat. Looks like a lot of power, really quick blade work. Little bit of a wind push coming from the starboard side here, but nothing that's going to affect the speed as they progress towards the final 750 meters. In the second place position, it will be Sarah High School, now with 1 seat of open water over Capital. Capital sitting with 3 seats over 4th place Los Gatos. In the 5th place spot, we'll move over to lane 5. That is Pacific. Pacific with about a half a boat length of open water over River City. River City in 6th. The Capital's got to keep their eye on lane 4, Los Gatos. Los Gatos now pulling even, almost pulling even here with Capital for that 3rd place spot. And indeed, Los Gatos has taken over Capital for that 3rd place position. But it is really a walk-away lead for Oakland coming into their final 500 meters. They are all by themselves out there in front. Sarah High School behind them by about 3 lengths of open water, with Los Gatos chasing in 3rd, followed by Capital in 4th. Pacific rounding this out in 5th, and River City in 6th. This is Heat 1 of 2 for the men's JV 8, so our top 3 boats will qualify. And right now, we're going to keep our eye on both Capital and Los Gatos to see if Los Gatos can hold on to that 3rd place spot, or if Capital will come back and challenge Los Gatos.
And we're watching the finish of the men's JV8 Heat 1 with Oakland Strokes, about 3 to 4 boat lengths of open water over the rest of the field, qualifying for that first spot for the grand final. Top 3 boats in the men's JV8 Heat 1 qualify for the grand final. In lane 2, looks like Sarah is taking the 2nd spot, qualifying for that grand final. And in lane 4, Los Gatos with a slight advantage over Capital in lane 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, event 16 of the men's junior varsity 8, heat 2. In lane 1, we have Newport A. In lane 2, we have Marin A. In lane 3, we have St. Ignatius A. In lane 4, we have San Diego Rowing Club A. In lane 5, we have Marina Aquatic Center A. In lane 6, we have Long Beach Junior Crew A.
Go!
And we have a start.
And heat 2, the men's JV 8, is currently underway and approaching 750 meters in. We are sitting at 1,000 meters, so from this distance, I'm going to make the race call here with lane 1 in the lead. That will be Newport Aquatic Center, but with a big challenge coming from our outside lane, lane 6, Long Beach Junior Crew. We'll come back at 1,000 meters with the race call, but very tightly packed here. All boats still within contact to each other. No one with a significant amount of open water. So great racing here in Heat 2 for those top 3 spots for the Grands. And my bad, that will be Marina as the challenger here for one of those top positions. So let me go ahead and make the race call here at 1,000 meters. It will be Newport with the lead. They have about 3 to 4 seats right now over Marin, and Marin sitting bow to stern over Marina Aquatic Center. Marina in third, sitting 2 seats over St. Ignatius. Now in the fourth place position, that is St. Ignatius. They have a bit of open water over 5th place San Diego, and then back to San Diego by about 3 lengths of open, it will be Long Beach Junior Crew. Newport continuing with the lead, now 7 seats over Marin, and Marin still sitting bow to stern over Marina. Marina pulling themselves just a little bit farther away from St. Ignatius, so Marina in third with 6 seats over St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius in fourth. Back to SI by 1 length of open water, it will be San Diego. And then in the 6th place position, a Long Beach Junior crew. Top 2 boats, Newport and Marin, now pulling themselves away at the bit of open water over Marina. And final 500 meters here is going to be pretty exciting to watch between Marina and St. Ignatius, because just the top 3 boats will qualify, and St. Ignatius is charging hard against Marina's 3rd place spot. Final 400 meters here against the shoreline. It will be Newport for the win, followed by Marin in 2nd. And then Marina Aquatic Center in 3rd, with St. Ignatius chasing. San Diego in 5th, Long Beach in 6th.
We are watching the finish of the men's JV8 Heat 2, with Newport taking the win, followed by Marin in lane 2, and Marina Aquatic Center taking that 3rd final qualifying position for the grand final over St. Ignatius.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are lining up for the start of the Women's Junior Varsity 8, Heat 1.
Ignatius, Oakland, River City, Los Gatos, Pacific. Attention. Go. And ladies and gentlemen, Heat 1 of the Women's JV8 currently underway and approaching 500 meters. We have 6 boats on the water. You heard the lineups in lane 1, Marin, lane 2, St. Ignatius, lane 3, Oakland Strokes, lane 4, River City, lane 5, Los Gatos, and lane 6, Pacific. All boats now at 500 meters. Top 2 boats right now at this early stage will come out of lanes 1 and 2, Marin followed by St. Ignatius. So Marin with a slight lead over St. Ignatius in second. In the third place spot, we're going to look to lane 3, Oakland Strokes. They have about a stern advantage over our 4th place crew from Los Gatos in lane 5. Los Gatos sitting right now with a 3-seat lead over River City. So River City in 5th, bow to stern over Pacific in 6th. But now really nice racing here by Marin and St. Ignatius. Too close to call between those 2 crews, although slight advantage is going to go to Marin. So I'm going to give 1 seat to Marin for that lead, and there they go. They've actually pulled another couple seats away just in the time that I said that at 750 meters. So now Marin with 3 seats over St. Ignatius. Those 2 boats pushing each other so hard that they are already looking for a bit of open water over the remaining field. Now just behind St. Ignatius by 1 boat length, it will be Strokes. And then great race developing between River City and Los Gatos. Slight advantage going to Los Gatos right now, but River City looking to pull even. 6th place and back by about 1 seat of open water will be Pacific. 1,000 meters to go. Heat 1 of the women's JV8. Top 3 boats to qualify for the grand finals. And now at 1,000 meters, just past 1,000 meters, it is Marin with a 5-seat lead over St. Ignatius, and then back to them by about 2 seats of open water. Oakland continuing in 3rd. They are sitting bow to stern over River City. So River City overtaking Los Gatos for that 4th place spot. So River City showing some good fitness in the 3rd 500. They now have 4 to 5 seats over Los Gatos. Los Gatos slipping back to 5th with 2 seats of open water for them over Pacific. So Pacific in 6th. Meters to go. Marin still in the lead, now with 6 seats over St. Ignatius. Oakland still sitting in 3rd, but they've got to keep their eye on lane 4, River City. River City really not letting them push any farther away, and River City may be able to pull off a challenge to Oakland Strokes' 3rd place position. So we'll keep an eye on lane 4, River City, right there in the center of the course. They are now sitting with a bow to stern advantage over Los Gatos. Los Gatos with a little bit of open water over Pacific in 6th. Final 500 meters, it will be Marin along the shoreline, 7 seats over St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius 2 seats over Oakland Strokes. Oakland really trying to hold off a furious charge here by River City coming into the final strokes. River City still in 4th, sitting below Oakland by about 4 to 3 seats. Los Gatos continuing in 5th, Pacific in 6th. Keep your eye on Oakland Strokes and River City for that final qualifying position.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had a finish for the women's JV8 Heat 1 with the top 3 moving on to the grand final unofficially. Marin in lane 1, followed by St. Ignatius and River City overtaking Oakland Stokes for that final and third qualifying position.
Capital, Long Beach, Berkeley, NorCal. Attention. Go.
And that was a start to the women's junior varsity 8, Heat 2. Lane 1, we have Marina Aquatic Center. In lane 2, Newport. In lane 3, Capitol. In lane 4, Long Beach Junior Crew. In lane 5, Berkeley. And in lane 6, NorCal.
And Heat 2 of the women's JV8 currently approaching 500 meters in. We've got 6 boats on the course with Marina Aquatic Center as our clear leader, looking at Capitol for that second place position, rowing out of lane 3. So Marina and Capitol are top 2 boats at this point. Capitol with about a 6-seat lead over Newport, rowing out of lane 2. And then in 4th place, we're going to look at lane 6, NorCal. NorCal with a slight lead over Long Beach, and then, or excuse me, over Berkeley High School and Long Beach. Too close to call right now between Long Beach and Berkeley. Open water already here for Marina Aquatic Center, and they're just at 750 meters, so very aggressive racing for them. And they've got Capitol just off of their stern deck. Capitol sitting with 6 seats over Newport. Newport in 3rd. Top 3 boats right now with a good amount of open water over the rest of the field. In the 4th place spot, back by about 1 length of open water, it will be NorCal. NorCal sitting bow to stern over Berkeley High School, and Berkeley High 1 seat over Long Beach Junior Crew. .1,000 meters to go from Marina Aquatic Center. It looks like Capital has actually taken a little bit of that space away between themselves and Marina. Capital still in second, but now sitting bow to stern behind Marina Aquatic Center. Capital looking at a pretty big push here by Newport, just past the 1,000. Newport really put the afterburners on and took a couple of seats away from Capital's lead, but now Capital responded to that and took those seats back. And they're actually pushing their bow just a little bit farther inside Marina's lead. So Marina's still in the lead, but now just by 7 seats over Capital. Marina, followed by Capital, and then Newport, top 3 boats with 750 meters to go. Back to them by a good amount of open water. It will be NorCal in first, or NorCal in fourth, with half a boat length of open water over Berkeley High School. Berkeley 3 to 4 seats over Long Beach Junior Crew. Great race coming down the course at you now. Almost 500 meters to go, and Marina has had a significant lead for a good portion of this race, but they're watching that lead shrink as Newport and Capital push themselves towards the line. So right now, Marina holding on to the lead just by about 1 seat, and now we've got 3 boats that are almost just dead even with each other. So even though these top 3 boats are definitely going to the grand finals, they are pushing each other all the way to the finish line. So Newport now with a slight lead over Marina, Capital in second, just behind Newport, Marina slipping back to third. Newport with the come-behind win for this heat. They are leading now over Capital. Marina in third, NorCal in fourth, Berkeley High fifth, Long Beach in sixth.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the finish of the Women's JV8 Heat 2 with the top 3 boats moving on to the grand final. It's a close race. I can't call it for the finish line. Looks like Newport and Capital were battling it out for that first in qualifying position, with Marina taking that third and final position, dropping back to third place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are lining up for the Women's Frosh 8, Heat 1.
St. Ignatius, Los Gatos. Attention. Go.
And that was was the start to the women's Frosh 8 Heat 1. In lane 1, Marin. In lane 2, River City. In lane 3, Berkeley. In lane 4, St. Ignatius. And in lane 5, Los Gatos.
And the women's Frosh 8 currently underway and approaching 500 meters in. We've got 5 lanes with Marin in lane 1, River City in lane 2, Berkeley High School lane 3, St. Ignatius B in lane 4, and Los Gatos B in lane 5. And right now we've got Marin rowing out of lane 1 with the lead right now. A bit of open water for them over River City. River City in that second place position. River City sitting bow to stern over Berkeley High School, and then back to them by a bit of open water will be Los Gatos B. Los Gatos B sitting bow to stern over St. Ignatius B.
Attention Long Beach coach. Attention Long Beach coach. We need you to go to the far control. There is a crew lining up for the women's Frosh 8 with a broken rudder.
At 750 meters in, it will be Marin continuing with the lead, 1 seat of open water over River City. River City sitting with 1 seat of open water over Berkeley High School. Now back to them by about 2 lengths of open water. It will be Los Gatos B. So Los Gatos with 2 entries in the women's Frosh event. They are sitting with a bow to stern advantage over St. Ignatius B. So Frosh, meaning freshman, none of these ladies is over 9th grade. And some of them, definitely with a good level of experience coming into this racing season. You might have some kids that started rowing in 7th and 8th grade, and they're really showing a high level of technique and efficiency. The Marin boat displaying that very well here. 1,000 meters to go, they now have half a boat length of open water over River City. River City in second. Berkeley High School just off of the River City boat. At 750 meters to go, Marin continues to walk away with that lead. Half a boat length of open water right now over River City, and River City still sitting with 1 seat of open water over Berkeley High School. So Berkeley High doing a great job here. They have about 2.5 lengths of open water between themselves and Los Gatos B. Los Gatos B still sitting bow to stern over St. Ignatius B.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the finish of the women's Frosh 8. Heat 1, with the top 2 boats advance to the grand final. In lane 1, Marin has open water over lane 2, River City. River City has a few seats up on Berkeley. It looks like our unofficially, Marin and River City will be moving on to the grand final, with Berkeley taking 3rd.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are lining up for the women's freshman 8, Heat 2.
Marina, St. Ignatius, Berkeley, attention, go.
And that was the start to the women's freshman 8, Heat 2. In lane 1, we have Sea-Based Rowing. In lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 4, St. Ignatius. And lane 5, Berkeley.
And as you heard, we did have a start in Heat 2 of the women's Frosh 8. We've got 3 heats underway in racing. Right now, the top 2 boats will advance to the grand finals. And what is clear as we come into the first 500 meters here is that lanes 1 and 2 have separated themselves just a little bit this early on in the race. Right now, Sea-Based Rowing in lane 1 with the lead of about 3 to 4 seats over Oakland Strokes. And Oakland Strokes looking at a little bit of open water between themselves and our 3rd place crew from Marina Aquatic Center. So Marina, in that 3rd place position, they have about a half a boat length of water between themselves and St. Ignatius. And St. Ignatius sitting bow to stern over Berkeley High School and their B boat entry. So Berkeley High in 5th. And it's going back and forth, bow ball to bow ball between Sea-Base and Oakland Strokes. For just a few strokes, Oakland was in the lead, but then Sea-Base took it back. So Sea-Base now just by about a half a seat over Oakland at 750 meters in. We'll keep an eye on these 2 crews as they push themselves farther away. Marina Aquatic Center in 3rd, kind of by themselves out there in the middle. They've got quite a bit of space in front of St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius sitting in 4th. Bow to stern advantage with maybe a bit of open water over Berkeley High School. But great race here between Sea-Base and Oakland. And right now Oakland took a couple of seats away from Sea-Base's lead. It is now Oakland in the lead, just shy of 1,000 meters to go. It will be Oakland with their bow first across the line at 1,000 meters to go. They have pulled themselves up to about a 5-seat lead over Sea-Base, and now Sea-Base sitting with about a length and a half of open water over Marina Aquatic Center. Marina sitting with 1 boat length of open water between themselves and St. Ignatius now 1 boat length of open water over Berkeley High School. Heat 2, the women's Frosh 8. Coming up to 750 meters to go. Push here by Sea-Base Rowing coming into the final 600 meters. Oakland's still in the lead, but Sea-Base looking to take back a couple of those seats that Oakland took away from them. So top two boats right now, Oakland sitting with about 4 seats over Sea-Base, and then back to them by open water, Marina in third, St. Ignatius in fourth, and Berkeley High School in fifth.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the finish of the Women's Frosh 8, Heat 2, with the top two boats moving on to the grand final. Looks like Oakland Strokes is in first place, taking that first qualifying position, closely followed by Sea-Base Rowing.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are lining up for the Women's Frosh 8, Heat 3.
Newport, Long Beach, Los Gatos, Capital, Marin. Attention. Go.
That was the start to the women's Frosh 8 Heat 3. In lane 1, Pacific. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, Long Beach. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, Capital. Lane 6, Marin.
And the final of 3 heats here in the women's Frosh 8. We have 6 boats on the course and currently approaching 500 meters in. We've got a very clear leader coming out of lane 1. That is Pacific Rowing Club, already with a slight bit of open water over Newport. So Newport in second, sitting with 6 seats over Capital Crew. Capital rowing out of lane 5. Good aggressive starts here by these ladies early on. Now back to Capital by about 6 seats. It will be Los Gatos, and Los Gatos sitting in that 4th place position. They have 3 seats right now over Marin B, and Marin B sitting bow to stern over Newport. Newport rowing out of lane 2. But it is Pacific early on, already with open water over Newport. Newport in second, Capital in third. We'll be back with the race call at the 1,000. Very mature and confident rowing coming out of that Pacific crew. Excellent blade work with a little bit of wind coming up on the course here at the halfway point. Not that much, nothing significant, but definitely where blade work is important to increase the boat speed. So Pacific doing a nice job pushing themselves just a little bit farther away from Newport. Newport sitting with now 7 seats over Capital. Capital still in contact with those Los Gatos and Marin boat. So Capital in third, but with just 7 seats over Los Gatos. And Los Gatos and Marin really, really close to each other. Kind of too hard to call right now. But in that 6th place position, we'll move over to lane 3, lane 2. Lane 3, let me correct myself. Lane 3 is Long Beach, currently occupying that 6th place spot. 1,000 meters to go. Pacific in first, followed by Newport in second. Capital in third. .750 meters to go here. It is Pacific right now, still continuing with that lead, just about a half a boat length over Newport. Not much has changed, really. Newport continuing in that second place position, sitting 7 seats over Capital, and Capital trying to pull clear of Marin. Marin moving into that 4th place spot, with Los Gatos pushing back to 5th. Long Beach continuing in 6th. Only 2 boats to qualify for the grand finals, and Capital in that 3rd place position, furiously seeing if they can catch up a little bit with Newport and maybe put themselves in a qualifying position. But Newport doing a nice job, still holding off Capital, 7 seats over Capital for that 2nd place spot. Final 500 meters. Unofficially, it will be Pacific, followed by Newport, with Capital chasing.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the finish of the Women's Frosh 8, Heat 3, with the top 2 boats advancing to the grand final. Pacific in lane 1, with open water over lane 2, Newport. Looks like Pacific and Newport will be taking those qualifying positions, with Capital Crew in lane 5, taking 3rd place, followed by Marin, then Los Gatos, and Long Beach in 6th place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just had the start to the men's novice 4 semifinal 1. Lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Marin. Lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 4, North Bay. Lane 5, Long Beach. Lane 6, San Diego. Lane 7, Marin.
And 7 boats on the course here in semifinal 1 of the men's novice 4. This race did progress out of time trials yesterday. So we have 14 crews that will be contesting for the grand finals. And right now we have lanes 1 and 2 out in front. Oakland Strokes slight lead over Marin. Marin in 2nd, but very close between those 2 boats. Back to them by about 1 seat of open water. In 3rd will be Marina Aquatic Center. They have a 2-seat lead over North Bay. And North Bay, with about a length and a half of open water, over Marin B. Marin B and Long Beach Juniors really close to each other for that fifth or sixth place spot. Back in the seventh place position, it will be San Diego Rowing Club, rowing out of lane 6. So a lot of action happening, a lot of separation between boats. We'll be back at the 1,000 for the race call. And just shy of the 1,000, it looks like Marin has overtaken Oakland Strokes for that lead position. They now have about a stern advantage over Oakland, so Oakland slipping into that second place spot. Marina still in third, 3 seats now for them over North Bay. North Bay in fourth. Now back to them by a good amount of open water. It will be the Marin B boat in that fifth place position, sitting 1 to 2 seats over Long Beach. And then open water back to them, San Diego in 7th. At 750 meters to go, it is Marin still with the lead, now with half a boat length of open water over Oakland, and Oakland half a boat length over Marina. Marina pushing themselves just a little bit farther ahead of North Bay. North Bay still within contact to that Marina boat. 750 meters to go. Marin B still in that fifth place position, but with Long Beach chasing after them, and then San Diego in 7th. We'll turn it over to the finish line for the final 500 meters of Heat 1 of the men's Novice 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the finish of the men's Novice 4 semifinal 1, with the top 3 boats moving on to the grand final. Taking first place is Marin in lane 2, followed by Oakland. Followed by Marina and Oakland Strokes for those top 3 qualifying positions.
Just had a start to the men's novice 4 semifinal 2. In lane 1, Seabase. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, NorCal. Lane 5, River City. Lane 6, Pacific B. And lane 7, Casitas Rowing.
And semifinal 2 of the men's novice 4 currently underway and just past 500 meters in. Top 2 boats really off to a quick start. Seabase Rowing and Newport going after each other right from those very first strokes. Right now, those 2 boats are too close to call. It is bow ball to bow ball between Seabase and Newport, so that's lanes 1 and 2. Back to them by about a length and a half of open water, you'll find our 3rd and 4th place crews. Pacific Rowing Club in that 3rd place position, sitting maybe 2 seats right now over NorCal. Now back to NorCal by a bit of open water, you'll find River City. We'll find River City and then Pacific B. So 2 Pacific boats here. We'll try to keep them clear. Right now Pacific A is in that 3rd place spot. Pacific B in 5th, but with River City right next to them. In 7th place, we'll move over to lane 7. That will be Casitas Rowing. But back to our leaders, it looks like Seabase has now overtaken Newport for the lead. So Seabase making a big jump there just before the 1,000 and pulling themselves up 4 seats over Newport. Your 3rd place crew will be Pacific, right now just coming across the 1,000-meter line. They're trying to pull clear of NorCal, and it looks like they have done that at the 1,000. Coming into the 5th place spot will be Pacific B. They have 2 seats over River City, and then River City, 1 length of open water over Casitas. Final 750 meters to go. Seabase continues with the lead now with open water over Newport. Very mature rowing here by that crew. While they were off to a really quick start, they just kind of stayed in the hunt and then took off at the 1,000. So now looking for quite a bit of open water as we come into the final 500 meters. So Newport in 2nd. They have about a 2 length of open water lead over Pacific, and Pacific now with open water over NorCal. Pacific B continuing in 5th. River City in 6th, Casitas in 7th. Again, this is semifinal 2 for the men's novice 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the finish of the men's Novice 4 semifinal 2 with the top 3 crews advancing to the grand final. It looks like right now in lane 1, Sea-Base Rowing is in first, and followed by Newport in lane 2 and Pacific in lane 3 over NorCal. Unofficially in the men's Novice 4 semifinal 2, Sea-Base Rowing followed by Newport and Pacific taking the top 3 qualifying positions for the grand final.
Central Valley. Attention. Go.
That was the start to the men's Heat 1 single races. In lane 1, we have Waterford. In lane 2, Humboldt Bay. Lane 3, Brophy. Lane 4, Tampa Juniors. Lane 5, Artemis. Lane 6, Tampa Town Lake Rowing. And Lane 7, Central Valley.
And here we go, the men's singles, Heat 1 of 3, top 2 boats to advance to the grand finals. We have 7 lanes, and we'll try and keep the calls clear here. And I'm just going to use the team names rather than last names because we've got a lot of difficult pronunciations out there. Just coming up to 500 meters in, we have 2 boats that are well out in front, and that will be lane 1, Waterford, followed very closely by lane 2, Humboldt Bay. Just off of the stern deck of Humboldt Bay will be lane 6, Tempe Town Lake. So top 3 boats right now, Waterford followed by Humboldt Bay, and then Tempe Town Lake in third. Back to Tempe Town by a little bit of open water, it will be lane 3, and that is Brophy B. So Brophy with 2 entries in this event. Back to him by open water will be Tempe Junior Crew, and a different crew than Tempe Town Lake. So two different teams from Tempe, to be clear about that. And in the 6th place spot, we're going to look at lane 5. That's Artemis. And then in the trailing position in 7th place will be Central Valley. Central Valley rowing out of the Stockton area. Good to see them out here, a relatively new program. And representing well here in the single. Still sitting in the same positioning, not that much movement between boats. Waterford continues with the lead, bow to stern over Humboldt Bay. Humboldt Bay is sitting with maybe just a slight bit of open water over Tempe Town Lake. Brophy continuing in 4th, back to Tempe Town Lake by a little bit of open water. And then a good distance back in that 5th place spot, it's going to be Artemis. So Artemis overtaking Tempe Junior Crew for the 5th place position. So Tempe Junior Crew right now in 6th, and then Central Valley in 7th. The Southwest region, interestingly, has a very, very strong sculling emphasis. And right now, the leader from Waterford, that is from Utah. I'm not quite sure, and I should find out where they row, but really, really great to see some excellent speed coming out of Utah with this Waterford representation. Humboldt Bay, also a very small team up in the very tippy top of Northern California, always doing a good job in the sculling events. They're a single rower here in that second place position. Tempe Town Lake continuing in that third place spot. And with Brophy right there on the hunt. So Brophy continuing in fourth, but very close to the Tempe Town Lake rower. Back in fifth is Artemis, followed by Tempe Junior Crew, and then Central Valley. Now, a little bit of movement between these crews. It looks like the sculler from Brophy rowing out of lane 3 has moved into that third place position. So Tempe Town Lake pushing themselves back into fourth place. Positioning between the first and second place crews has not changed. Waterford continuing in the lead, followed by Humboldt Bay, and then back to them by open water. It will be Brophy in third, followed by Tempe Town Lake in fourth.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the finish of the men's single Heat 1 with the top 2 boats advancing to the final. In lane 1, Waterford, rowing out of Sandy, Utah, is in first place, followed by lane 2, Humboldt Bay. Looks like those will be our top 2 crews qualifying for that final.
Start to the men's Heat 2 single. Lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, Palo Alto. Lane 3, Seabase. Lane 4, Tempe Town Lake Rowing. Lane 5, Chapman. Lane 6, Cathedral. Lane 7, Stockton.
And heat 2 of the men's single currently underway and approaching 750 meters in. We've got 7 boats on the course. In lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, Palo Alto. Lane 3, Seabase Rowing. Lane 4, Tempe Town Lake. Lane 5, Palo Alto B. Lane 6, Cathedral Catholic High School. And lane 7, Stockton. Right now our leader will come out of lane 1. That will be Redwood Scullers. They have a bit of an open water advantage over lane 2, Palo Alto. And then back to them by 1 length of open water will be Seabase Rowing. Seabase Rowing in 3rd. They have a bit of open water right now over Tempe Town Lake. Sorry, I'm going to make a little bit of a change there. That is Tempe Town Lake in the 3rd place position. Seabase in 4th, just holding off Palo Alto B. So Palo Alto B in that 5th place position. Back is going to be Stockton, and then 7th place, Cathedral Catholic High School. Just crossing over 1,000 meters to go. Redwood Scullers continues with the lead. Very clean rowing here. A little bit higher stroke rate than the 2nd place crew coming from Palo Alto. So Palo Alto, a pretty small program, definitely emphasizing the sculling, so they always tend to do well in the small boats. In the 3rd place position, Tempe Town Lake. They have about a 1.5 boat length of open water advantage over our 4th place crew now from Palo Alto B. So Palo Alto B pushing themselves into that 4th place spot. They are sitting just slightly in front of Tempe Town Lake. So Seabase Rowing, sorry, sitting just in front of Seabase. So Seabase in 5th. .750 meters to go, and a fairly significant lead for the Redwood Sculler right there along the shoreline. Got a couple lengths of open water over our 2nd place crew from Palo Alto. And Palo Alto also without the same amount of distance between themselves and Tempe Town Lake. Palo Alto B continuing in 4th. Seabase Rowing in 5th. Stockton in 6th, Cathedral Catholic in 7th. We'll turn it over to the finish line for the final strokes of Heat 2 of the men's single. Top 2 boats to advance to the grand finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the finish of the men's single Heat 2 with the top two boats advancing in the grand final. In lane 1, Redwood Scullers is rowing away with this one, followed by Palo Alto in lane 2. Looks like those will be our top two qualifying boats for the grand final.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just had a start to Heat 3 of the men's single racing. Lane 1, Brophy. Lane 2, SoCal Scullers. Lane 3, Tempe Junior. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, Redwood Scullers. Lane 6, Pacific. Lane 7, Utah.
And the final heat in the men's single is currently underway and approaching 750 meters in, again with 7 boats on the course, so we'll try to be clear with the race call here. Right now we have 3 boats that are doing a great job pushing themselves towards that halfway point. It will be lane 1, Brophy, and lane 2, SoCal Scullers, but with lane 7, Utah crew doing a really nice job posting a challenge to those top 2 boats. Back just behind them. So it looks like actually 4 boats right now doing a nice job challenging for those top 2 positions. Right now in the 3rd place position, it is going to be lane 5, Redwood Scullers. Really tight here actually between 4 boats. So we've got Brophy, SoCal Scullers, Redwood Scullers, and then Utah crew all vying for that top 1st or 2nd position with Los Gatos right off of their stern decks. So certainly things will change just past the 1,000. We'll keep our eye on them. If you're watching the live feed, you'll see what I mean. It's all very close between these top 4 boats with Los Gatos chasing. In the 5th place position, we'll move over to lane 3. That is Tempe Junior and their A boat entry. And then in the trailing position, Pacific rowing out of lane 6. 1,000 meters to go, Heat 3 of the men's single. Just past 1,000 meters, the placement right now will be Brophy. Brophy had a little bit of a rough start. He took off out of the gates, had a little bit of a bobble, and dropped all the way back to last place, but clearly he's got a high level of technical skill, and he is out in the lead. So right now, Brophy in the lead, followed by SoCal Scullers, with Utah crew out in lane 7 in that 3rd place position, just slightly ahead of Redwood Scullers. So Redwood Scullers in 4th, with Los Gatos in 5th off of the stern deck of that Redwood boat. .750 meters to go for Brophy. He's got about a stern advantage over SoCal Scullers, but with Utah all the way across in lane 7, posting a really nice challenge, trying to see if he can get into that qualifying position. So SoCal Scullers in lane 2 has to look all the way across his starboard side oar at lane 7, with Redwood Scullers in the 4th place position, but still in the hunt. Los Gatos also in there. So 5 boats right now coming to the line, 500 meters to go. Tempe Junior continuing in 6th, Pacific in 7th. And indeed, a nice challenge from lane 7 from the Utah crew. Brothwy continuing in the lead, but Utah slipping himself into that second place position, overtaking SoCal. SoCal moving into third. Redwood Scholars still in fourth, Los Gatos in fifth. Final 400 meters here. Top 2 boats to advance to the grand final, so keep your eye on lane 2, SoCal Scholars, and lane 7, Utah.
We are watching the Heat 3 of the men's single with the top 2 boats moving on to the grand final. In lane 1, Brophy is in the lead, followed by lane 7, the far lane on the course, Utah. Looks like those 2 boats will take the top 2 qualifying positions for the grand final. Unofficially, in the top 2 spots, we have Brophy, followed by Utah, and lane 2, SoCal Scholars, taking that 3rd spot over lane 5, Redwood Scholars.
SoCal Scholars, California Yacht, Casitas, Palo Alto, Artemis, Utah. Attention. Go.
To start to the women's light 2 double, Heat 1, Lane 1, Stanford Rowing, Lane 2, SoCal Scholars, Lane 3, California Yacht, Lane 4, Casitas Rowing, Lane 5, Palo Alto, Lane 6, Artemis B, Lane 7, Utah B.
Okay, in Heat 1 of the women's lightweight double, currently underway just past 500 meters, and we've got a good amount of separation between boats, but right now our leaders are going to come out of lane 6, Artemis, and lane 1, Redwood Scullers. So Redwood Scullers with the lead, Artemis in second, just off of the stern deck of the Redwood Scullers boat. In third, too close to call right now between California Yacht Club and SoCal Scullers. So SoCal Scullers and California Yacht Club battling it out for that third or fourth place position. Very slight advantage going to go to California Yacht Club. Back and forth, it will be Casitas Rowing Club. They have a significant amount of water between themselves and Palo Alto. And then in that final position, 7th place, will be Utah and their B boat entry. And 1,000 meters to go here. It will be Redwood Scullers with their bow first at the line. They are followed by Artemis. So Redwood Scullers doing a really nice job here setting the standard as they walk away with the lead. Artemis behind them by open water, and then behind Artemis, it now will be SoCal Scullers for that third place position. They have pulled themselves bow to stern over California Yacht Club. So Cal Yacht in 4th place. They have 1 boat length of open water over our 5th place crew from Casitas. Palo Alto continuing in 6th. Utah B in 7th.
We are watching the last 100 meters of the women's lightweight double heat 1. Out of 3 heats, top 2 boats move on to the grand final. In lane 1, it looks like Redwood Scullers have a commanding lead over lane 6, Artemis. Unofficially here, moving on to the grand final of the women's lightweight doubles. Redwood Scullers take first, followed by lane 6, Artemis.
Newport, Tempe Town, Humboldt, Slack. Attention. Go.
That was the start to the women's lightweight double. Heat 2, lane 1, Artemis. Lane 2, Catholic. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, Tempe Town. Lane 6, Humboldt. Lane 7, Slack.
And heat 2 of the women's lightweight double, currently at 500 meters, and we have a walkaway lead right now with Artemis. Artemis rowing out of lane 1, already with a really good amount of open water between themselves and our second place crew from Cathedral Catholic High School. So Cathedral Catholic in lane 2, they have a bit of open water over our third place crew from Newport, and Newport just with a slight lead over lane 6, Humboldt Bay. So Humboldt Bay in 4th. They have about a 2.5 boat length of open water lead over Tempe Town Lake, rowing out of lane 4, and Tempe Town Lake slight lead over Zlack Rowing Club in lane 7. So we do have lane 5 open. It looks like lane 5 is a no-show, or perhaps they were late to the line, but we just have 6 crews on the water. And right now, Artemis really making a show here, quite a bit of a lead here for them at 700 in, followed by Cathedral Catholic High School, and then a really nice charge here by both Newport and Humboldt Bay. So Newport in 3rd, just slightly ahead of Humboldt Bay in 4th. Artemis already out 1,000 meters to go. They have an iceberg lead over Cathedral Catholic. So really big distance there between Artemis and Cathedral Catholic. Artemis making a statement here in the heats and looking really solid for one of those top qualifying spots. So top 2 boats to advance to the grand finals. Right behind Cathedral Catholic by about a half a length of open water, it will be Newport. Newport pulling themselves to about a stern advantage right now over Humboldt Bay. Now back to them by a good amount of open water. It will be Zlack Rowing Club rowing out of lane 7. They're in that 5th place spot, followed by Tempe Town Lake in 6th. 1,000 meters to go for these crews. This is the second of 3 heats with the top 2 boats to qualify for the Grands. And final race call here for Heat 2, the women's lightweight double, with Artemis with a walkaway lead, followed by Cathedral Catholic High School in lane 2, Newport behind them in 3rd place, Humboldt Bay in 4th, Zlack Rowing Club in 5th, and Tempe Town Lake in 6th. We'll be back with Heat 3 of the women's lightweight double in just a few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just had the start to Heat 3 of the women's lightweight doubles. Lane 1, Row LA. Lane 2, Xavier Prep. Lane 3, San Diego. Lane 4, Row LA B. Lane 5, Tempe Junior. Lane 6, Utah.
Unofficially, for the women's lightweight double, Heat 2, with the top 2 boats moving on to the grand final. In lane 1, Artemis, with about 50 meters of open water over Cathedral in lane 2. Both those boats qualifying for the grand final.
And heat 3 of the women's lightweight double, just past 500 meters in, and our leader will come out of lane 1. That will be Row LA. Row LA has a little bit of an open water lead over lane 2, Xavier Prep. Now then it's tightly packed between lane 6, Utah crew, followed by San Diego, and then Row LA B. In the 6th place position, we'll move over to lane 5, and that is Tempe Junior and their A crew.
Unofficially, in the women's lightweight double, Heat 3, with the top 2 boats advancing to the grand final. In Lane 1, Row LA. In Lane 2, Xavier Prep. Looks like those will be our top 2 crews.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are lining up for Heat 1 of the men's Frosh 8. Lane 1, Pacific. Lane 2, Capital. Lane 3, Marin. Lane 4, Oakland Tech. Lane 5, Berkeley.
Capital, Marin, Oakland Tech, Berkeley, Oakland Strokes, Sarah High School, we have launched alignment. Gentlemen, when we regain alignment, I will not re-pull, okay? I will not be re-pulling. Keep your point. Align. Attention. Go.
That was the start to Heat 1 of the men's Freshman 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the finish of the men's Frosh 8, Heat 1. In Lane 1, Pacific has 2 boat lengths of open water over the rest of the field. Top 2 boats are only advancing to the grand final. It looks like Lane 2, Capital, and Lane 3, Marin, are battling it out for that second and final qualifying position. Pacific comfortably takes a win here and qualifies with Capital and Marin battling for the line. And it looks like Capital takes it over Marin with a few feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are lining up for Heat 2 of the men's freshman 8 in 1. Go. Lane 5.
NorCal, Oakland Strokes, St. Ignatius. Attention, go!
That was the start to Heat 2 of the men's freshman 8.
And a very quick start here for our leaders in Heat 2 of the men's Frosh 8. Lane 1 will be in the lead already by 3 seats over NorCal. NorCal rowing out of lane 2. So San Diego and NorCal just jumped off of the line, and NorCal already has 1 full boat length over our 3rd place crew from Oakland Strokes. And we're going to find our crews in lane order. So Oakland in 3rd, rowing out of lane 3. In 4th place, just behind them, will be Sarah, now with a 7-seat lead over NorCal, and NorCal looking leader. And all San Diego continuing with the lead, bow to stern over NorCal. And there is that open water for NorCal that they wanted over Oakland Strokes. NorCal now sitting with 2 seats of open water over Oakland, and Oakland now with open water over the remaining 3 boats. Too close to call right now for that 4th, 5th, and 6th place finish, as we've got 3 crews all directly across from each other. I'm going to give an advantage right now to Sarah High School. So Sarah in 4th place, just a few seats over River City and St. Ignatius B. And things are starting to shake out a little bit here. San Diego continuing with the lead, now with the open water over NorCal, just by about 1 to 2 seats of open water. NorCal now half a boat length of open water over Oakland Strokes. So Oakland sitting in that 3rd place position. Only 2 crews will advance to the grand finals. And right now, San Diego and NorCal have moved themselves to a good amount of open water over the rest of the field, and then Oakland there in 3rd place, kind of all by themselves. So open water back, open water in front. In 4th, we will move over to lane 4. That's Sarah High School. They now have a bow to stern advantage over River City, and River City sitting with 7 seats over St. Ignatius B. All crews now past 1,000 meters to go. Excellent composure and maturity coming out of that San Diego boat. Blade work really quite nice. And again, these are freshmen, so none of these guys is past 9th grade, but that doesn't mean that they don't have experience. So there can be some quite experienced oarsmen in these boats, not necessarily novices. So San Diego doing a really nice job, very competitive here as they pull their boat just a little bit further afield of NorCal. NorCal sitting with their bow on the stern deck of the San Diego boat. Now back to them by about 1.5 lengths of open water. Oakland continues in 3rd. Sarah in 4th. River City in 5th. St. Ignatius B in 6th. Final 500 500 meters, and NorCal has definitely gained some ground, taken away a little bit of that lead that San Diego has had. So they've taken a few seats back. San Diego's still in the lead by just about 5 to 6 seats. Into the spectator area, we'll turn it over to the finish line for the remainder of Heat 2 of the men's Frosh 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the finish of the men's Frosh 8 Heat 2 with the top two boats advancing to the grand final. In lane 1, San Diego's in the lead over NorCal in lane 2. And team to win here, qualifying for the grand final with NorCal taking second place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are lining up for Heat 3 of the men's freshman 8s. In lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. In lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, Long Beach Junior Crew B. Lane 4, St. Ignatius. Lane 5, Long Beach Junior Crew A. Lane 6, Newport.
Newport, St. Ignatius, Long Beach, Newport A.
Lane 3 did not show up for this race.
Attention! Go!
That was the start to Heat 3 of the men's freshman 8s.
And welcome back. The final of 3 heats here for the men's Frosh 8 is currently underway and approaching 500 meters in. And we have a really quick start here by the crew from Newport rowing out of lane 2. They already have about 3 seats of open water over Marina Aquatic Center in lane 1. Marina in that second place spot, sitting with 7 seats over St. Ignatius. So St. Ignatius, and then with Newport A. So it looks like I might have actually a typo on my sheet. I've got 2 Newport boats. I'm willing to bet that lane 6 is Newport B. But we do have 2 Newport crews, and one of them is in the lead already with about 1 full boat length of open water. So let's go back to that boat placement. Marina Aquatic Center in second, 6 seats over lane 4, St. Ignatius, and then the other crew from Newport in lane 6 in that 3rd place spot. They are sitting with 2 seats over lane 5, Long Beach Juniors. Have a crew out of lane 3. That lane 3 is open, and so I'm not quite sure what happened, whether that was a scratch or just missed the start line, but lane 3 is open. At 750 meters, it is Newport walking away with the lead here. They have a good amount of open water between themselves and Marina Aquatic Center, and Marina looking to pull clear of St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius sitting in that 3rd place position. They have pulled themselves up to a 5-seat lead over that second crew from Newport out of lane 6, and Newport sitting actually just 1 seat now behind Long Beach Juniors. So Long Beach Junior just slipped past that second boat from Newport. So right now we're going to find our boats in lane, almost in lane order. So Newport in the lead, followed by Marina, and then St. Ignatius, and then Long Beach Juniors, and then that Newport B boat. 1,000 meters to go, Newport A in the lead. Coming up to the final 750 meters here, Heat 3 of the men's Frosh 8. Newport continuing with a very big lead here with Marina Aquatic Center in second, but they've got to keep their eye on lane 4, St. Ignatius, because St. Ignatius has actually worked their bow a little bit farther in to Marina's lead. So with 3 heats on the water, that means only 2 boats will advance to the final, and St. Ignatius is really turning on the afterburners here to see if they can pull even with Marina for that 2nd place position. Back and forth, it will be Long Beach Juniors. They have a bow to stern advantage over Newport B, rowing out of lane 6. And while Newport continues to push ahead with 500 meters to go, it will be St. Ignatius pushing themselves into that 2nd place position, overtaking Marina. Long Beach still in 4th, but Long Beach now pushing themselves a little bit further closer to Marina Aquatic Center. So Marina in 3rd, but with Long Beach right off of their stern deck. Newport B continuing in 5th. Final strokes here. We'll turn it over to the finish line for the finish of Heat 3 of the men's Frosh 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the finish of the men's Frosh 8, Heat 3. Top two boats qualify for the grand final. In lane 2, looks like Newport will take first place. This is followed by St. Ignatius in lane 4. And Marina in third place, coming out of lane 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are lining up for the Women's Novice 4 Semifinal 1.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. The officials and referees are looking for parent volunteers for now about 11:40 until the break at around 12:40. So if there are any parent volunteers, please come to the finish line tent. Thank you.
Pacific, Capital, NorCal, Utah, Pacific B. Attention! Go!
Was a start to semifinal 1 of the Women's Novice 4. In lane 1, Marina. Lane 2, Marin. Lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, Capital. Lane 5, NorCal Crew. Lane 6, Utah. And lane 7, Pacific B.
Attention all parents. The referees and the officials at the finish line tent are looking for parent volunteers for now until about 1:30 p.m. If you'd like to volunteer and help out with the Southwest Junior Regional Championships, please come to the finish line tent.
And the first of two semifinals of the Women's Novice 4, currently at 500 meters. These crews progressed out of the time trials yesterday afternoon, and right now what we're seeing is Marina Aquatic Center with a bow to stern advantage over Marin Rowing Association in lane 2. Those are your top two crews. Now back to the third place spot. It will move over to lane 3. That is Pacific. Pacific sitting with 4 seats over Capital crew. Capital in 4th. They have about a stern advantage over NorCal crew, and NorCal with just a little bit of open water over Utah. Utah sitting with 4 seats over Pacific B. So 2 Pacific crews in this race. Marina Aquatic Center with the lead. Marin Rowing Association in second. And then back to them by open water. It will be Pacific with Capital chasing. And boats now approaching 1,000 meters to go. Marina Aquatic Center continuing with the lead. They have just a little bit of open water right now over Marin. Marin had a slightly elevated stroke rate, a little bit higher than Marina. So I think Marina might still have something in the tank there as they come into the third 500. Now back to Marin by 1 length and a little bit more of open water. It will be Pacific Rowing Club. So Pacific now with 1 length of open water over Capital. Capital sitting bow to stern over NorCal. NorCal in 5th. And then back to NorCal by about 2 seats of open water. It will be Utah crew. Utah crew holding off Pacific Rowing Club. So Pacific in 7th. And that is Pacific's B boat. That is in 7th. Their A boat is in 3rd. And there goes Marina now with a half a boat length of open water over Marin. Just 750 meters to go for them. This is semifinal 1 of the women's novice 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the Women's Novice 4 Semifinal 1. Top 3 crews will advance to the grand final. In lane 1, Marina is walking away with this race, followed by Marin in lane 2, and Pacific about 2 boat lengths of open water back from Marin. Looks like they'll be taking the 3rd and qualifying position for the grand final.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had a start to semifinal 2 of the Women's Novice 4. In lane 1, Sea-Base Rowing. In lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, Oakland Strokes B. Lane 5, Newport Bay. Lane 6, San Diego Rowing Club. And in lane 7, Los Gatos.
And semifinal 2 of the Women's Novice 4 is currently approaching 500 meters in. Our leader will come out of lane 2, that is Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes looking for a little bit of open water this early on even, over lane 1, Sea-Base Rowing. So Sea-Base in second place. They have about a stern advantage over lane 3, Newport in third. And then moving over to lane 6 for that 4th place spot will be San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego with a very slight lead over Oakland Strokes B. Now just behind them it will be North Bay rowing out of lane 5. They are in that 6th place position. And then in 7th it will be Los Gatos. Los Gatos rowing out of lane 7. Coming up on 1,000 meters to go, Oakland continues to lead, but they have watched as Sea-Base Rowing has taken away a little bit of that water. So Sea-Base now back in contact with the Oakland Strokes boat and sitting just off of their stern deck. And likewise, Newport in that 3rd place position, their bow ball is also sitting on the stern deck of the Sea-Base boat. So top 3 crews, Oakland Strokes, followed by Sea-Base, and then Newport. Back to them by about 2 lengths of open water, it will be San Diego Rowing Club and Oakland Strokes B. So those 2 boats are very close to each other, separating just by inches. A little bit of an advantage is going to go to San Diego for that 4th place spot. Back in 6th, it will be North Bay, and then a couple lengths of open water behind Los Gatos. So Los Gatos in that 7th place position. As we approach the final 500 meters, Oakland continues with the lead, sitting now just 4 seats above Seabase Rowing, and Newport also coming up to take away a little bit of that lead from the top for the top 2 boats. 3 boats will advance to the grand final, and unofficially that looks to be Oakland Strokes followed by Seabase and then Newport. San Diego continuing in 4th, followed by Oakland Strokes B, and then North Bay, and then finally Los Gatos. This is semifinal 2 for the women's novice 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the finish of the women's novice 4 semifinal 2. Top 3 boats are advancing to the grand final. In lane 1, Seabase Rowing is taking the win over lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Not far back is Newport A in lane 3. Looks like those will be our top 3 boats advancing to the grand final.
And Heat 1 of the men's 3rd varsity 8 currently underway and approaching 750 meters. In lane 1, Newport. Lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Newport B. Lane 4, Marin C. Lane 5, Los Gatos. And lane 6, St. Ignatius. And we will find our leader coming out of lane 1. That will be Newport. They already have a bit of open water over lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center. So Marina in 2nd, and they have about a stern advantage over lane 4, Marin C. So as a C boat, this is their 3rd varsity 8, and if I do the math correctly, that's their that would be their 5th boat in their varsity arsenal. So Marin in 3rd, they have about 6 seats over lane 2, or sorry, over lane 3, Newport B. Newport B sitting bow to stern over lane 5, Los Gatos. So Los Gatos in that 5th place position. They have a bit of open water over 6th place, St. Ignatius. And Newport looking really good there along the shoreline. They have about 4 seats of open water over Marina Aquatic Center, and Marina as well, pushing into a little bit of a headwind right now. Excellent blade work coming out of that Marina boat. They have 1 full boat length of open water over our 3rd and 4th place crews. Right now, very tight between Marin C and Newport B. Very slight advantage, just as I said that, going to Newport B just by about half a seat, maybe 1 seat now. Now back in that 5th place spot, it will continue to be Los Gatos. They have open water over St. Ignatius. Three heats here, top 2 boats to advance to the grand finals. As we come into the final 500 meters, unofficially, that looks to be Newport and Marina Aquatic Center, but with Newport B chasing and Marin C right on their tail.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the men's 3rd varsity 8, Heat 1. Top 2 boats will advance to the grand final. In lane 1, Newport is in the lead with open water over lane 2, Marina. Marina looks like they have a little bit of open water over Newport B in lane 3, followed by Marin C in lane 4, Los Gatos, and St. Ignatius. Unofficially moving on to the grand final in the men's 3rd varsity 8, Newport A and Marina A.
Lining up for the men's 3rd varsity 8 heat. One, Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Marin B. Lane 3, Sarah B. Lane 4, Oakland Strokes C. Lane 5, Pacific. And lane 6, Capital.
Sarah, Oakland, Pacific, Los Gatos, attention, go.
have had a start to the men's third varsity 8, heat 2.
And here we go, heat 2 of the men's third varsity 8, currently approaching 500 meters in. And we've got Oakland Strokes well out in front. They already have about 1 length of open water over the remaining field. That second place position will go to lane 2, Marin B. So this is their second entry in the third varsity 8. That would be their fourth varsity boat. Marin B looking to have about 3 to 4 seats right now over lane 3, Sarah High School and their B boat entry. Now back to Sarah by about 1 seat of open water. It will be Oakland Strokes and their C boat. They have about 1.5 lengths of open water over Capital Crew in lane 6, and Capital looking to have about a stern advantage over Pacific. Okay, a little bit of a correction here. I had to double check with the finish line tent, but it looks like lane 6 is actually been switched. It is Los Gatos. So Los Gatos in lane 6 is currently in that 5th place position, and they have a 1 length advantage over our 6th place crew from Pacific. But back to the leaders, it will be Oakland Strokes well out in front, already with, right now, I'm going to say about 2 lengths of open water over Marin B. Marin B still with about 6 seats over Sarah High School and their B entry. So top 3 boats, Oakland Strokes, followed by Marin, and then Sarah B. Back to Sarah by 1 length of open water will be Oakland Strokes and their C entry, their 3rd entry in this event. They are followed by Los Gatos, and then Pacific in 6th. 500 meters to go here for Oakland. They have quite a substantial lead here coming into these final strokes. Their bow was first across the line at 500 meters to go, and now here is Marin and then Sarah. So that is Sarah's A boat entry. I was given a correction. So Sarah's A boat entry, currently in that 3rd place spot. They have 2 lengths of open water over Oakland Stroke C. Los Gatos continuing in that 5th place position, and then finally Pacific. We'll turn it over to the finish line for the remainder of this race call. Men's 3rd varsity 8, heat 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the finish of the men's 3rd varsity 8, heat 2. Top 2 boats will be advancing to the grand final. In lane 1, Oakland Strokes has open water over the rest of the field. It looks like Marin B in lane 2 is going for that 2nd qualifying position, closely followed by Sarah A in lane 3. Marin B and Sarah A are battling it out for that final position. It looks like Marin unofficially will be taking that 2nd and last qualifying position over Sarah A.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are lining up for the men's 3rd varsity 8, heat 3. In lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Marina. Lane 4, Capital. Lane 5, Oakland Strokes. Lane 6, Sarah B.
Oakland Strokes. Sarah, attention. Go.
That was the start to the men's 3rd varsity 8, heat 3.
And 750 meters in to heat 3 of men's 3rd varsity 8. We've got 6 boats on the water, and right now Marin A in lane 1 is our leader over Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes and their B boat entry in lane 2. Back to Oakland by half a length of open water. It will be Capital Crew, so this is Capital A boat. They have 1 length of open water over Sarah B in lane 6. Sarah B leading Oakland D in lane 5. Oakland D in the 5th place position. And then finally, in 6th, it will be Marina Aquatic Center and their B boat entry. Hard to keep track of all these different crews as teams like Oakland and Capital and Marin with multiple entries in the third varsity. So really a test of the oarsmen. Seems like they're up. It is Marin A doing a great job pulling away, a little bit of open water for them just past the 1,000-meter point over Oakland B. Oakland B chasing hard and pushing themselves a little bit further away from Capital. Capital right there in the center of the course in lane 4. Another Oakland boat right next to Sarah High School. The trailing position will go to Marina Aquatic Center and that 6th place spot. All boats now with 750 meters to go. Beautiful rowing here by Marin Rowing Association. One length of open water for them as they come into the final 500 meters. They're there along the shoreline, right behind. They have half a boat length of open water over Capital. Capital on their home course, looking good as they come into their final 500 meters. They are followed by our 4th place crew now from Oakland Strokes D. And then just behind them, Sarah B. and Marina Aquatic Center. We're turning over to the finish line for the finish of Heat 3 of the men's third varsity 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the finish of the men's third varsity 8, Heat 3. Top 2 boats qualify for the grand final. In lane 1, looks like Marin will be taking the win. 2, Oakland Strokes with a few seats advantage over Capital A. Unofficially, Marin A and Oakland Strokes are moving on to the grand final.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are lining up for the women's third varsity 8, Heat 1. Lane 1, Marin A. Lane 2, NorCal Crew A. Lane 3, St. Ignatius or St. Ignatius B. And in lane 5, Oak Strokes B.
St. Ignatius, St. Ignatius, Oakland, attention. Go.
That was the start to the women's third varsity 8, heat 1.
And welcome back. The racing never stops here at Lake Natoma. In Heat 1 of the women's third varsity 8, we have 5 crews on the water. And just crossing over 500 meters in, it will be Marin in the lead. They have a 1 boat length advantage over lane 2, NorCal. NorCal looking to have bow to stern over St. Ignatius, and St. Ignatius sitting with 5 seats over Oakland Strokes B. Now back to them by about 2 lengths of open water, it will be St. Ignatius B. They are in lane 4. So 2 St. Ignatius boats out here. We'll try to keep them clear. But right now it looks like Marin followed by NorCal for those top 2 positions. Top 2 boats to advance to the grand finals. And coming up to 1,000 meters to go, Marin still continues to hold on to the lead with the coxswain sitting on the bow ball of the NorCal boat. And NorCal has pulled themselves clear of St. Ignatius. They now have a little bit of open water over the boat from St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius sitting in third, 7 seats over Oakland Strokes B, and Oakland Strokes B with a couple of boat lengths of open water over St. Ignatius B. Final 750 meters here for Heat 1 of the women's third varsity 8. Marin continues to hold on to a lead, and NorCal has really just kind of stayed right off of Marin's stern deck. So the coxswain has been sitting on the bow ball of that NorCal boat probably for the last 500 meters. And at some point, she's got to try and move herself away from that NorCal crew. Although it is 2 boats to advance to the grand final, you always want to see a good progression as you get towards that finish line, just to see how fast you can be and compare yourself to the other heats. You know, back in that 3rd place spot, it's going to be St. Ignatius A. They have moved themselves in front of that Oakland Strokes B boat for the 3rd place position. St. Ignatius B still in the final position and 5th place spot. We'll turn it over to the finish line for the final 500 meters here of Heat 1, Women's 3rd Varsity 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the Women's 3rd Varsity 8, Heat 1. Top 2 boats will be advancing to the grand final. In Lane 1, Marin is in the lead, followed by Lane 2, NorCal Crew A. St. Ignatius is in that 3rd place position. St. Ignatius A is in that 3rd place position, followed by Oakland Strokes in 4th.
And we'll pick up Heat 2 of the Women's 3rd Varsity 8, currently underway and approaching 1,000 meters in. We're on 8-minute centers out here, so the racing is really, it's just one after the other, and we're trying to catch up and get our launch back in time to catch the start of these races, but sometimes we're going to have to pick it up, just like this one, halfway through. So let me go ahead and give you the race call here. We've got 5 boats on the course. Newport A in lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center lane 2, Oakland Strokes in lane 3, Berkeley High School lane 4, and NorCal B in lane 5. And right now we've got 2 crews out in front, and that will be Marina Aquatic Center and then Oakland Strokes. So Marina, very slight lead right now over Oakland Strokes at the halfway point. Marina leading Oakland with 1 seat, maybe just half a seat at this point, and then back to them by about a length or more of Oakland of open water. It will be Newport A. Newport 3rd. Behind them by about 2 lengths of open water, it will be NorCal B in that 4th place position, and then finally Berkeley High School in 5th. And just shy of 500 meters to go. Oakland now in the lead by 3 seats over Marina Aquatic Center. So Oakland flipping into that lead. Marina Aquatic Center right behind them. And then quite a few boat lengths of open water behind them will be Newport for that 3rd place spot. Newport in 3rd, NorCal B in 4th, and Berkeley High School in 5th. Final 500 meters here for Heat 2 of the women's 3rd Varsity 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the finish of the women's 3rd Varsity 8, Heat 2. Top 2 boats will be advancing to the grand final. In Lane 3, Oakland Strokes has a lead over Lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center. It looks like those will be our top 2 boats qualifying for the grand final.
Quick start to the women's 3rd Varsity 8, Heat 3. In Lane 1, we have Capital A. Lane 2, River City. Lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, Los Gatos. Lane 5, Marina Aquatic Center B. Lane 6, Oakland Strokes C.
And the final of 3 heats for the women's 3rd Varsity 8 is currently at 500 meters. We have 6 boats on the course. Capital Crew in Lane 1, River City Lane 2, Pacific Rowing Club Lane 3, Los Gatos Lane 4, Marina Aquatic Center B Lane 5, and Oakland Strokes C in Lane 6. Right now we're looking at Capital as our leader, rowing out of Lane 1. In that 2nd place position, we're going to move over to Lane 2. That's River City. River City sitting just abreast of Marina Aquatic Center B. So Marina with a bow to stern advantage over the Marina Aquatic Center boat. So Marina in third. They have a bow to stern advantage over Los Gatos, rowing out of lane 4. So those are your top 4 boats. In 5th, we're going to move over to lane 3. That's Pacific Rowing Club. They have a bit of open water over our final crew out of lane 6, the Sea Boat from Oakland Strokes. And 1,000 meters to go. Capital continues with a very substantial lead. 1 boat length of open water for them over River City. And River City now with just a little bit of open water over Marina Aquatic Center B. Back to Marina in that 4th place spot. It will be Los Gatos. Los Gatos sitting with half a boat length over Pacific. And Pacific with 1 boat length over Oakland Stroke C. So again, that would be Oakland's 5th varsity boat out here. But right now, it is the ladies from Capital. This is their hometown course. They know every inch of this race course, and they're certainly taking advantage of it. Really nice blade work here for this 3rd varsity 8. As we come into the final 750 meters, the top 2 boats will advance to the grand finals. Unofficially, that will be Capital Crew and River City, but River City's got to look at Marina Aquatic Center and their B boat because they've taken a little bit of space away from River City's lead. They're still not within contact. There's still a little bit of open water, but they jumped there just past the 1,000, so we'll keep an eye on that Marina boat in lane 5. Final 500 meters here for Capital Crew along the shoreline. Coming into the spectator area, they've got quite a bit of a lead here coming in to the grand finals. They've got River City right behind them by a couple lengths of open water, and then behind River City in 3rd, it will be Marina Aquatic Center, followed by Los Gatos in 4th, and Pacific in 5th, and Oakland Stroke C in 6th.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching the finish of the women's 3rd varsity 8, heat 3. Top 2 boats will be advancing to the grand final. Looks like Capital A will be taking the lead here and the first qualifying position for the grand final, followed by River City in lane 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a start to the women's Heat 1 of the single racing. Lane 1, Sea-Base Rowing. Lane 2, SoCal Scullers. Lane 3, Tempe Junior. Lane 4, Artemis A. Lane 5, San Diego. Lane 6, Utah.
Okay, and Heat 1 of the women's single, we've got 2 heats that will be contested this morning. 3 boats will advance to the grand final, and we have 6 boats on the course. Right now, the rower from Sea-Base Rowing in lane 1, Kendall Fernley, is way out in front. She's got a few boat lengths of open water over the remaining field. In the second place position, it will be McGill from SoCal Scullers. She has bowed astern over Tempe Junior in lane 3. And then back in the 4th place spot, we'll move over to lane 5. That's San Diego. San Diego with a bit of open water over Artemis in lane 4. And then finally Utah in lane 6. And actually, I'm going to reverse that. Utah has a bit of an advantage over Artemis. So Utah in the 5th place position, Artemis in 6th. And 1,000 meters to go for the Sea-Base rower. She is doing such a great job. Very low stroke rate, really just kind of cruising along. She's got such an advantage because she can look back at the rest of the field and realize that she is in a very comfortable qualifying position right now. The 2nd place spot still belongs to SoCal Scullers. She is still sitting bowed astern over Tempe Junior in lane 3, and then back by a few lengths of open water, our 4th place crew, Christy Smith from San Diego. She's got about a seat or so of open water over lane 6, Utah, and then Utah opening up a bit of open water over Artemis in lane 4. So a good amount of spread between these ladies. Top 3 boats will advance to the grand finals. we have quite a cheering section out here at 750 meters to go. There's someone out here on the race course happens to have a big fan base because they are really, really, lots of whistles, lots of screams. Pretty cool to see for these single rowers. Lane 1, sea-based rowing way out in front, doing a really great job. McGill from SoCal Scullers in that second place position. She's moved just a little bit farther away from Tempe Jr. Tempe Jr. in third. And again, top 3 boats to advance. Unofficially right now, it looks to be sea-based rowing, followed by SoCal Scullers, and then Tempe Juniors in lane 3. In the fourth place position, it still will be San Diego. Slight lead for San Diego over Utah, but Utah on the charge here and looking to pull even with San Diego. Artemis in 6th. We'll turn it over to the spectator area for the finish of Heat 1 of the women's single.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the finish of the women's single Heat 1. Top 3 boats will be advancing to the grand final. Looks like Kendall from Sea-Base Rowing is demolishing the rest of the field, followed by Lane 2, SoCal Scullers in second place, and Tempe Jr. in third. Looks like unofficially those will be our top 3 finishers moving on to the grand final.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are lining up for the men's lightweight double Heat 1. In lane 1, we have Casitas Rowing. Lane 2, Long Beach Junior A. Lane 3, Community Rowing. Lane 4, Artemis A. Lane 5, Upper Natoma Rowing. Lane 6, Upper Natoma Rowing B. And in lane 7, Catholic.
And heat 2 of the women's single is currently underway and approaching 1,000 meters. We've got 7 boats on the course here. We got a little bit ahead of ourselves with lane assignments, so let me go and tell you who is where. In lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Row LA. Lane 3, Tempe Town Lake Rowing. Lane 4, Zlack Rowing Club. Lane 5, NorCal. Lane 6, Central Valley, and Lane 7, Tempe Junior Crew B. And right now, we've got Lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center, with a bit of open water in her lead. In the second place position, we're going to move over to Lane 2, that's Row LA, but with the crew from Tempe Town Lake, Clarissa Hand, just overtaking her literally in the moment that I said that. So a little bit of a bobble for the Row LA crew, and in that moment, Tempe Town was able to pull just ahead of her. So moving into that second place position, it will be Tempe. In the fourth place spot, we'll move over to Lane, that's Zlack Rowing Club, and then a ways back, we're going to look over to Lane 5, and that will be NorCal. And actually, I'm going to make a little bit of a correction on myself right now. It looks like NorCal has slipped into that third place position, overtaking Row LA. Okay, so let's go back. Marina Aquatic Center in the lead. Tempe in third, and NorCal right now in NorCal in third, and then Row LA in fourth. And sorry for that confusing call, guys. We've got a lot of launch traffic out here that was blocking my view. So let me see if I can correct myself coming into the final 500 meters. Marina Aquatic Center still holding on to that lead. Tempe Town Lake in the second place spot, but with NorCal right off of her stern deck. So NorCal in third. In fourth, it will be Row LA. And then in the fifth place position, Zlack Rowing Club. In fifth, it will be Central Valley. And then in sixth, Tempe Junior B. Those are your placements for Heat 2 of the women's single. Coming into the final 400 meters here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the finish of the women's single, Heat 2. Top 3 boats will be advancing to the grand final. Right now, it seems like the race is pretty close between lanes 1, 3, and 5, with Marina taking the win, followed by lane 3, Tempe Town, and NorCal in lane 5 for those top 3 qualifying positions.
And we'll catch up with the men's lightweight double currently in progress and well past 1,000 meters. Quick race call here in the final 750 minutes. This will be Artemis in lane 4 in the lead over Casitas Rowing Club in lane 1. So Artemis in the lead, followed by Casitas. In third, it's going to be Upper Natoma A. They have a slight lead over Long Beach Juniors in lane 2. And then in that 5th place position, it's going to be a new program, Community Rowing, San Diego. Now back in that 6th place spot, it's going to be Upper Natoma B. They have a slight lead over Cathedral Catholic High School in lane 7 for that 7th place spot.
We are watching the finish of the men's lightweight double, Heat 1 of 3. Top 2 boats will be advancing to the grand final. Right now it seems like a battle between Artemis in lane 4 and Casitas in lane 1. Looks like Casitas in lane 1 will take that first spot, followed by Artemis in lane 4. And in third place, Upper Natoma Rowing Club A.
Gentlemen, we are lining up for the men's lightweight double, Heat 2.
Stanford, Long Beach, Newport, Pacific, Utah, San Diego. Attention. Go.
Was the start to Heat 2 of the men's lightweight double. In lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Lane 3, Long Beach. Lane 4, Newport. Lane 5, Pacific. Lane 6, Utah. And in lane 7, San Diego.
second heat of the men's lightweight double is currently at 500 meters. And we have the two crews from Redwood Scullers in lanes 1 and lane 2 out in front. So Redwood Scullers A in lane 1 in the lead, followed very closely by their teammates in lane 2, and then back to them by a bit of open water is going to be Long Beach B in third, bit of open water back to them, it will be Newport in fourth, and then San Diego in lane 7 in that 5th place spot. Now in the 6th and 7th place positions, it's very close between Pacific and Utah. But our leaders are going to come out of lane 1 and 2, Redwood Scullers. And a little bit of an update here at 1,000 meters, it looks like Redwood Scullers continue to have the lead, the A boat and the B boat in that 1st and 2nd place position. And unfortunately, the crew from Long Beach has just stopped dead in their tracks, and the looks like very unfortunate. It looks like the bow seat's oar has completely broken in half. So they have stopped. They are done. And it looks like the refs are going to go out and try and help those guys, but really, really sad for them as they were doing a really great job, and now that race is finished for them. So back to the teams, Redwood Scullers continuing in 1st and 2nd place, Newport in that 3rd place position, rowing out of lane 4, and then in 4th place it will be San Diego. Now back by several lengths, it will be Pacific, followed by Utah. So again, really sorry for that Long Beach crew. They were doing a nice job, and unfortunately equipment malfunctions happen, and we certainly wish them well. Looks like the stroke seat's going to try and row that down the course.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the finish of the men's lightweight double, Heat 2. Top two boats will qualify for the grand final. Looks like Redwood Scullers are comfortably in the lead here in the first and second position coming into the finish line. Redwood Scullers are holding off a charge by Newport in lane 4 to take those top two positions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are preparing for Heat 3 of the men's lightweight double. In lane 1, Sea-Base Rowing. In lane 2, Brophy. In lane 3, Tempe Junior. In lane 4, Berkeley. Lane 5, Humboldt Bay. Lane 6, Palo Alto. Lane 7, Redwood Scullers.
Berkeley, Humboldt Bay, Palo Alto, Redwood Scullers Stanford. Attention. Go.
That was the start to Heat 3 of the men's lightweight double race.
And the final heat of the men's lightweight double is currently approaching the 500-meter mark. In the lead right now, we have lane 3, Tempe Juniors. They have about a stern advantage over lane 1, Sea-Base Rowing, and lane 2, Brophy Junior Crew in lane 2. Back to them in that fourth place spot, it will be Redwood Scullers. They are in lane 7. They have a bow to stern advantage over our 5th place crew from Berkeley High School in lane 4. So Berkeley High School in 5th. They have a bit of open water over lane 6, Palo Alto. And in the 7th place spot, it will be lane 5, Humboldt Bay. But back to the leaders, Tempe Junior crew pulling just a little bit farther away now with a bit more open water. They have about a length and a half of open water. And now Brophy in lane 2 moving themselves into that 2nd place position just by a seat over Seabase Rowing. With 3 heats on the water, only 2 crews will advance to the grand finals. We have 750 meters in, and Tempe Junior crew doing a great job pulling themselves even farther away. Brophy in 2nd, now 1 boat length over Seabase Rowing. But then keeping our eye on Redwood Scullers in lane 7. They're still in 4th place, but they are holding tight to the boat over in lane 1, Seabase. So really hard to race when the lanes are so far apart, but Redwood Sculler is doing a good job trying to stay competitive and in the hunt with the top 3 boats. Back to them by a little bit of open water will be our 5th place crew from Berkeley High School. In 6th, Palo Alto, and in 7th, Humboldt Bay. 1,000 meters to go, heat 3 of the men's lightweight double. Final 750 meters here for Heat 3 of the men's lightweight double. Tempe Juniors continuing to extend their lead over the rest of the field. Brophy in 2nd, bow to stern over Seabase Rowing. Redwood Scullers still in 4th, bow to stern over Berkeley High School. Palo Alto continues in 6th, followed by Humboldt Bay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the finish of the men's lightweight double, Heat 3. Only the top 2 boats will qualify for the grand final. Comfortably in the lead is Tempe Jr., taking that first qualifying position. Right now, fighting for that second and last position is our lanes 1 and lane 2. It looks like lane 2, Brophy, will take that second and last qualifying position over Seabase Rowing.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for men's novice 4 quads. Heat 1. In lane 1, San Diego. In lane 2, Long Beach Junior Crew. Lane 3, Seabase. Lane 4, Berkeley A. Lane 5, Los Gatos. Lane 6, Upper Natoma. And lane 7, Catholic.
Berkeley, Los Gatos, Upper Natoma, Cathedral. Attention. Go.
That was the start to the men's novice 4 quad race, Heat 1.
Heat 1 of the men's novice quad, Cox quad, is currently underway, approaching 500 meters in. Our leader right now will come out of lane 2. That's Long Beach Junior Crew. They are sitting 4 seats above San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego Rowing Club bow to stern over lane 3, Seabase Rowing. Seabase Rowing sitting 2 seats over lane 4, Berkeley High School. So those are your top 4 crews. Just getting to 500 meters in. Now back to them by a little bit of open water. In the 5th place position, it will be Los Gatos. They have a bow to stern advantage over Cathedral Catholic High School in lane 7, and Cathedral Catholic sitting 2 seats over Upper Natoma Rowing Club. So Upper Natoma in 7th. And 750 meters in, Long Beach Junior Crew continues to extend their lead over San Diego. San Diego now with just a slight bit of open water over Seabase Rowing. So Seabase in 3rd, just 2 heats here on the water, so the top 3 boats will advance to the grand finals. Seabase in 3rd, sitting bow to stern over Berkeley High School. Now back to Berkeley High by about a length and a half of open water. It will be Los Gatos. Los Gatos in 5th. They have a bit of open water between themselves and Cathedral Catholic High School, with Upper Natoma in the 7th place position. Just shy of 1,000 meters to go. Long Beach continues with the lead, followed by San Diego, and then Seabase Rowing.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the finish of the men's novice cox squad heat 1. Top 3 boats will be advancing to the grand final. In lane 2, Long Beach juniors have open water over the rest of the field. It looks like lane 2, San Diego, is battling it out with second and third position. Lane 2, Long Beach, followed by San Diego and Seabase, taking that third and final qualifying position for the grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the final race before our break until 2:30. The men's novice coxed quad heat 2 in first place, lane 1, Redwood Scullers. In second place, Newport. And in third, North Bay, closely followed by Casitas.